can see. I'm just going to tab out quickly. Stream's running on there. Just need to grab the link. Just need to grab the link. Just need to grab the link. Because I'm gonna post this and share this. Right, that's done. We are live on there. We're good to go. Headphones on my head. Right then, let's go carry on with some harvesting. Goodness. Unfortunately, looks like my GPS course has been reset. There we go. We just need to reprogram the course, that's all. Dropping straw, yet again. So yes, yesterday, in my brief stream yesterday, before my internet service provider must have pulled some cables out in their HQ, because suddenly halfway through my stream, I went from having like 21 megabits per second upload to 0 upload on my internet connection. And even though I only stream at 6 megabits per second, typically, yeah, having 0 makes it impossible to stream because you can't upload anything. And I was checking stuff, checking all my equipment and everything. That was all running fine. I did check the service status with the internet company, and they were reporting that everything was working fine. So who knows? Who knows what happened? I have left them a little message on their help forums though to say please don't do it again. I don't like it. Especially as it took until about 7:30 last night. It took till about 7:30 in the evening before my internet speed was back. So I was able to briefly play a bit of multiplayer last night, but I didn't stream it. I didn't, because I wasn't going to tempt it in case it happened again. So me and Mr. Hoagie did do a bit of farming on the server last night. Getting a few fields prepped and getting a bit of harvesting done and stuff like that. Pretty chilled out evening. And I'm back today, obviously on Slovak, where we are working hard on harvesting. We got one field done yesterday, which is not great because I have got 1, 2, 3 more fields that require harvesting right now after this one, and we've got grass to mow, we've got hay to collect as well. Well, we should have hay to collect. You have to keep checking on that throughout the day. But we was looking, or we was contemplating yesterday, whether or not we should grab a second harvester, because well, there's a lot of fields to harvest. We've only got this one guy. We've got very limited time in which to get all the harvest in, and if we're relying on this one, and if the weather goes bad, which we have seen, is definitely a possibility. The weather can be a massive player. Because it has rained a lot, despite it being late summer, despite it being the summer season. We have had more rain in the summer on this map than we have in spring, and we had in winter. So summer doesn't guarantee you anything in this particular game, in this particular save. But yeah, we're doing the old GPS stuff. I'm running the track a little bit narrower than yesterday. The header's a weird size. That header is a weird size, and for some reason GPS detects it as being, 13 meters wide when it's not. It's just over 7 meters. It's just a little bit over 7 meters, but when I set it to 7 meters in the guidance GPS, it did look a little bit like I was really on the edges of the machine. So I've kind of trimmed it back a bit more today, which means now the orange dots should be actually just inside the header, which means that when I'm harvesting, it does actually look like the stuff is going into the header rather than down the sides of the header, which is how it was kind of looking yesterday. Oh, I forgot to put my swath back on, my straw. I'll do that on the next row. I mean, that's something else as well. I've got to find time to get all this straw picked up as well. I've got 2 fields of straw to go and get with the loading wagon. That's quite difficult. Straw back on then. So yeah, we're probably going to get a second harvester today. So I'm thinking we're either going to get an X9, one of the fancy X9s, or we're going to get maybe the class axial flow 25 250 series. I might get one of these. We'll see. We'll see. The X9 would give us the greater capacity. That's the one good thing about the X9. It would give us a much bigger tank. It means less emptying or less frequent emptying. However, it comes at obviously a price point, you know. $1 million near enough. $1 million. That's not cheap. That would take up half of, well, a third of my cash. Oh, I hope I can get to the bottom of the field before I get full. I'm at 80% now. Because, yeah, I'm not driving the truck onto the field, of course, because of the soil compaction. And the penalty that brings. We're at 90. It's going to be close. I don't think I'm going to make it. That's terrible. That is terrible. Got full. Let's get the truck. And we'll move round. We'll go around and unload him. So yeah, for those of you that weren't here yesterday, well, didn't see yesterday's stream, I'm using a mod called Controlled Traffic, which basically means that any vehicles or equipment that combines in weight to be more than 6.5 tons causes soil compaction on your field, which basically then means you will need to plough your field to remove the compacted soil, to re-loosen the soil. If you choose not to do that, if you choose to ignore the soil compaction and just decide I'm just going to plant my next crop, on all the areas of the field where the compaction has occurred, you will suffer a 30% reduction in your yield. You will suffer a 30% reduction. So, ploughing becomes obviously a thing that you're going to have to do after harvesting. If, like me, you're using a big harvester that does a lot of compaction. And it's why I've made the choice to not drive the trucks across the field, because they cause compaction too. And what I like best about the mod is, for all the people that like to turn off periodic ploughing, because they're like, oh, I don't want to do ploughing, that option makes no difference. If you turn off periodic ploughing, you will still do soil compaction. You will still need to plough. There's no getting around it. There's no avoiding it. So I'm playing with like the double whammy, if you like, because I've got the mod installed and I've also got periodic ploughing turned on, so I still need to plough after every third harvest, but I also need to plough if I've squashed the field. Which I think basically means I'm just going to have to plough every year after I've harvested. At the end of each year I'm going to have to plough every field anyway, and then I'm going to have to cultivate and stuff. Right, let's go back. Now we finished that one little row. So yeah, despite the fact that obviously when I started this save, I bought the class because I thought, oh, it's the biggest harvester I've got available in the base game DLC equipment. I didn't necessarily buy the biggest header for it. So harvesting is a little bit of a slow process. Harvesting at 7 meters. Header's only just bigger than the combine. So yeah, if I buy a second harvester, I will be getting a bigger header. Most definitely. But, you know, the class does a great job. Don't get me wrong, the class is doing a phenomenal job here. It's a fantastic bit of machinery. Great bit of engineering. You know? Put the straw on. 47%. Oh, I will remember to empty at the end of this row. Got some nice detailing in the cab. One thing I would always like to see at some point, I know it won't be anytime soon, but at some point in the game, in Farming Simulator, when Giants get round to doing it, I would like to see these displays in the vehicles actually show real time and actual relevant information. Like I would like that class monitor there, I would like that to actually show the field that I'm actually working on. Actually, you know, real process. Yeah, we're at 81%. I am emptying at this point. This field is yielding a lot more than the first field. We've got better soil on this field from the precision farming stuff. We've got way better soil quality on this particular field. See, we've only got that tiny little bit of sandy loam which messes everything up. That loamy sand, should I say, whereas field 14 had a whole load of loamy sand. Field 16's a complete write-off because it's nearly all loamy sand. Field 26 has got a bit as well. So yeah, some of my fields are not the best, but we have got some really nice ones on other parts. That might be why I chose to double up some crops. Spaceboard snooze. Dum 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 dum. Something about the Olympics, I think that was. I think we've won a silver medal in the taekwondo. So not exactly bringing home the golds, are we? Our favourite for the gold medal went out in the first round, apparently. Imagine that, going all training for 5 years this time, obviously because of the delay from last year. You've trained for 5 years full time every single day of your life for 5 whole years. You've travelled all that way to Tokyo. You've dealt with all the pandemic stuff. You've put up with all the pandemic stuff whilst you're there, and then you go and lose in the first round. That just seems like a bottle job to me. That just seems like a bottle job. Absolutely bottled it. And you can't blame, oh, I got nervous in front of the crowds, because there aren't any. There's no spectators. The hostile home crowd. No, there's none of that to deal with. None of that pressure. %65%. Yeah, I'll empty again then. I'll empty once more. I'm not going to risk driving back. We're at 70% now, so yeah, we definitely wouldn't have got back to the other end of the field. So we will empty. It's a long pipe. That is a long, long pipe. Oh God, Cody, thank you for the follow. I hope I've said that right, or pronounced that right, or pronounced it close. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel, welcome to the stream. Let's go and hopefully 2 more rows and then this field is done, although it looks like it might be 2 and a bit rows. That does remind me, I am going to be shortening the field. I'm going to be narrowing the field a little bit. I'm going to remove a bit off the top of this field and the previous field. Because it doesn't quite match up with the width of my equipment. It's a little, it's just a little bit too big. You know, on both fields I left a tiny little strip, narrow strip where I didn't seed, because when I'd done my rows with the seeder, there was that tiny little bit left over, and I was like, I'm not going to drive down that. I'm not going to waste my time. So I'm just going to paint that out. It also means we will move the equipment away from those trees as well. So when I'm using things like the sprayer and the slurry spreader and that, they shouldn't get stuck on the trees. They shouldn't hit the trees, because hopefully they'll be working inside that. But yeah, after we finish this field, I'm going to go look at maybe buying a second harvester. I would like a second harvester. Before we go over and start on the fields over there, the big fields, I definitely want a second machine. I want a second machine. And I want one with a bigger header. But like I said in yesterday's stream, the bigger harvester and the bigger header will be reserved for use on this farm only. I won't use them for contracts. I won't be using it for contracts. If I do any contract harvesting, if I have time, then we'll be using the class. Because obviously the way this header folds up, we can drive around the map with this header. We can actually drive around the map with the header. But yeah, right back at the start of the save, when I started this, I thought to myself, a 7-metre header would be fine. Nice compact little header that folds up really nice and small, so I don't need any header trailers. I thought that would be ideal. Turns out that it's ideal for everything but harvesting, because it's too small. It's too small for my fields. Right, we're at 65%. I should be able to... Oh, look, weeds. Weeds are growing. That's not a problem, because we're going to plough anyway. We have to plough anyway after we've harvested this field. So... we're not going to worry about the weeds. But yeah, here we go. This is where the GPS obviously doesn't match up with the course that I used yesterday. So I'm not going to actually bother strawing this last row. Right, next port of call. Like I say, once we get to the end of the field, obviously we'll get the harvester ready to be unloaded. I will then take a quick trip up to the grass fields that we mowed yesterday to see if we have hay yet on them. If there is hay, then obviously I'm going to have to just bale that quickly and get that collected up and get the bales collected up so they don't rot and disappear on me. And then we'll jump back on harvesting. And like I say, we'll get the new harvester. We'll get a second harvester. And that should speed things up a bit. Truck, please. So of course, whilst we are in the harvest window here in seasons, whilst I'm focusing on the fields, I'm not doing anything at all with the sawmill or the quarry at the moment. So if they've stopped production, too bad. There'll be plenty of time for me to get back into the sawmill and the quarry over the winter, I'm sure. But here in late summer and obviously autumn, our attention is fully 100% back on the fields and doing the field work that we need to do. Like I say, we are going to have to get the ploughs out again and plough all the fields after harvesting because of the soil compaction. So that's another step. Now also at the moment I'm just storing everything in the silo at the minute, you know. Right, that is empty. Right, let's go for a run down to the grass fields. Run through my soybeans, which are still nicely growing. Couple more days before they are ready to harvest. Got the corn over here. Still doesn't look like hay to me. It normally goes that bright yellow colour, doesn't it, with seasons when it's hay? That to me just looks like semi-dry grass. one way to find out, of course. Switch that off for a second. If we go find the tractor, there it is, my 960. Let's go grab the baler. We'll head up there to that field and we'll do a little bit of baling. See what comes out of the machine. If it's silage bales, then it's silage bales. We've already got some silage bales. Which we did in the spring. I was hoping to do more hay because obviously in year 2 I want to start doing sheep. And I'm going to need hay to feed the sheep. So I was hoping to do more hay bales this particular time round with the mower. But I said yesterday, I always have problems getting hay. Don't know what it is. For some reason, when I play with Seasons doesn't like me and won't let me make hay. I usually end up having to place a grass dryer on the map to dry grass instead, because it just doesn't dry in the field for me for whatever reason. I mow it, I ted it, I then leave it, and yet apparently it doesn't like me. Okay, so this is just picking up grass at the minute. Right, that's a problem then. I'll leave it a little bit longer then. I'm going to leave it a bit longer. Give it a chance. Give it a chance. Is this my fuel tank over here? Yes, I can refuel. Hello, Andrew. Good afternoon to you. How is Seasons going? Challenging. Challenging. Like I say, I've been waiting all year to do me harvesting, and then the minute I get to the harvest window, it rained. I had several days of rain, which kept me off the fields, and I've now done 2 fields. I've now harvested 2 fields, and I've come to the conclusion that I need another harvester. 1 harvester is not going to be enough. 1 harvester is not going to be enough. So I got the class Lexion at the minute, but I've got it with a small. It's only got a 7-meter header. I've only got the Crozoni compact header for it, so that is kind of a bit of a problem as well, because the header's not massive. So I'm either thinking in a minute I'm going to go to the store and I'm either going to get myself a case axial 250, or I'm going to get myself a how big are my fields? My fields are huge. My fields are massive. And as I've got to do 28, 27, 26 and 25 next, those are my biggest fields by a long, long way. We're talking 14.2 hectares being the biggest field. We've then got 8.76 hectares. We've got a 9.3 hectare field. The two that I've just harvested, which have taken me 2 days to harvest, were 4 hectares and 7 hectares. So it's taken me 2 days to do 11 hectares. So on that count, it's going to take me 2 days to harvest field. It's going to take me 2 days to harvest field 26. Oh look, I've got hay. Right, stop. I was just complaining that my grass doesn't turn into hay, and hey-oh, we've now got hay, everybody. We've now got hay. So, hay bales it is. That's what I wanted. So yeah, I'm just having to pick up the hay very quickly because I don't want it to rot. And then I'll be back on the harvester. Because obviously, whilst it was raining and I couldn't harvest, I was like, what can I do? And I thought, I'm going to mow the grass. Two of my grass fields. I have got a third grass field that I haven't mowed yet. But I will get on to that. But yeah, I'm either going to get I'm either going to go get a Case Axial 250 harvester, or I'm going to get the John Deere X9. The biggest differences between the two. The John Deere costs $1 million. It's incredibly expensive. But the positive to that is that machine has a massive grain tank on it. Has a massive tank for housing your crops. So won't have to empty it quite so often, which is great news for, like I say, when we're concerned about soil compaction, and whilst we're thinking about soil compaction, if I don't have to drive my trucks on the field as frequently, that's all good. Do I have the header mod that can have air bars? Yes, I do. That is the header that I would be thinking of using when I'm doing my soybeans, when I'm harvesting my soybeans. So yeah, I've got the mod that adds the air bars. So yeah, that's another thing. If I get the X9, I'm going to need 2 headers, because I would need that one for doing my soybeans, and then I would need this one for doing all my wheats, barley, oats type stuff, canola, all that kind of goodness. So I may end up having to buy 2 headers. But we'll go and see in a minute. We'll go and see. We've got the... Which header mods is that? That is the John Deere 700. The John Deere 700 header set. It is on the mod hub in the harvester section, as is the John Deere Draper 645. So they are two separate mods. You get the three in the 700 set. You get the three headers with the air bars. So you get a 9-meter one, you get a 10-meter one, and you get a 12-meter header. And then in the Draper set, you get obviously a header. You get the built-in header trailer on the John Deere header. So basically, the 645 Draper mod is someone's just taken the case one or the New Holland one, repainted it, rebadged it, and put it on the mod hub as a John Deere Draper. But those are the two, generally speaking, when I'm using John Deere harvesters, those are the two header mods I tend to go for. I like the 700 series because it has the air bars. And then I like the Draper set because I like having the built-in header trailer. Because none of the John Deere headers have the same locking script mechanic that the class headers have. So none of the other vanilla headers lock on to a header trailer. I hope that is one. I hope in FS22 Giants have extended that mechanic to. I hope Giants have extended that mechanic to all headers in the game. That was the one thing I took from FarmCon when they were talking about the headers. The headers in FS22 having auto height and also auto tilt. I was just sat there thinking, please let them have auto locking, auto locking for the header trailers. Air bars is just cool. I do admit I do like the air bars. I think the air bars are a pretty cool feature. I first saw those last year when Millennial Farmer put them on his harvester for the first time, and he used air bars last year when doing his soybeans. And obviously he said straight away he got way better. He didn't lose as much crop out the back of the harvester and stuff. He didn't leave as much on the ground with the air bar system. He didn't lose as much out the header. So yeah. Also, he says he had less blockages with the air bar system as well, which is obviously a great thing for a farmer. You don't have to keep stopping every 5 minutes to clear your intakes, do you? Because again, it just slows everything down. Well on the way. Right, let me spin round. Quickly go and pick up all the hay that I missed. Then I'll quickly pick up the bales, take them, put them in the shed. And then we will get back to harvesting. We'll have a trip to the store. And we'll see what we can buy. Bearing in mind, of course, that I can't go fully mental on the spending. Because I do also need to get me potato and sugar beet harvester before the end of the year. Because I do need to harvest potatoes and sugar beet. I've also got poplar planted on the map as well, so I'm going to have to find a way to harvest that as well at some point. Right, let's go grab the bales then. Probably doing a whole load of soil compaction with this truck, but can't be helped. I have to drive on the field to pick up the bales, but I don't think it affects grass. I don't think the soil compaction thing affects grass. Unless you decide to dig up the grass field and plant something else on it, then you need to plough to get rid of the soil compaction. But I don't think soil compaction negatively, I don't think the soil compaction mod negatively affects the grass yield. So I'll take these back to the farm, store them in my shed for next year when we start doing sheep, and we'll then go, as I say, go to the store, get a new harvester, a new header. If I get if I get the header with the air bars, I am going to need a header trailer. I am going to need a header trailer for that, because those ones don't come with those ones don't come with the don't come with a trailer built in. Just drop them in there. I've got 2 more to go and pick up, of course. I couldn't quite get them all in one go. But yeah, obviously at some point I will also need to go, I will need to go and have a bit of a look at the sawmill and the quarry, just to see how everything is ticking along there. But hopefully they're doing okay. I imagine I'm going to have a load of bricks to transport from the quarry. I imagine concrete bricks are going to be stockpiled, piling up at the quarry. So I'll have lots of bricks to take and sell before the end of the year. I've probably got loads of boards to sell as well. But boards are a bit of a nightmare to transport because there's nothing that auto loads those. So boards are a bit of a headache. It's one of the reasons why I put a sell point quite close to the sawmill. That I can literally just stand. I can stand at the sawmill and literally throw the pallets of boards at the sell point across the road to the sell point and sell the boards, because there's no way to load them on a trailer easy. Right, that's all the bales then. We happy? Right, it's 1 PM in the afternoon. Let's go to the shop now and let's get harvesters bought and headers and things. So, what direction are we all leaning in then, everybody? When it comes to a new harvester, are we thinking the Axial Flow 250? Or are we thinking X9? Are those 3D? No, they're not. They're just painted. They're not 3D tracks. I thought for a minute they were 3D, but they're not. Could get a used one for 500 grand. That's a little bit cheaper. Narrow axle or wide axle? I'll stick with narrow. GPS we would have. We won't go for the Australian configuration. I like that. I like that. I think I'm going to buy one of those. We're having one of those then. I'm committed. Could have bought the EU version, I suppose. The EU one doesn't have quite as many details on it, I don't think. And it's got a smaller tank as well, so I'm happy with the one above. Of course, could have gone for tri-bine. Could have gone for tri-bine, but that would have been a beast. Right, headers. What are we going for then? We're going for the one with the air bars, aren't we? Is the common feeling on that. I'm going to need a header trailer though to haul it. That's the only downside. Probably that one, is it? Quattro 40, that seems to be the biggest one I've got. What happens if I buy the class one? Because it's green. Here's my harvester. Oh, here's a question. Am I going to be able to get it out the doors? Flipping it, only just. Of course, first thing we have to do when buying any second-hand machine is we have to repair it. That cost me £5 grand. I'll need to repair the header as well. That header is well used. Look at that. It's got no paint on it. I think we go for a repaint on the header, maybe. Maybe. Do we? Yeah, we'll repaint the header. We'll have a nice, clean, shiny header. Right, off we go then. Back to the farm, everybody, with our brand new purchase. We will get some diesel while we're there. Some fuel. Unless we pass a fuel point on the way, which I don't think we do. Don't think we pass any petrol points on the way, so we'll have to refuel at the farm. You would think when you're spending all this much money on a piece of machinery and the header and the trailer, you would think they'd give you a tank of fuel on the house. You know, they'd throw in a tank of fuel, wouldn't you? When you've spent the best part of £500,000. Well, you've spent over £500,000 on the equipment. What's a tank of fuel to get home with it? So yeah, we've got canola to harvest. Got 2 fields of canola to harvest. So we'll be doing that. But yeah, we've got the second combine now. So yeah, I've got poplar on that field, I've got potatoes on this field, I've got sugar beet on the other field. So those are some interesting crops. Big diesel tanks on this machine, of course. Right, so what field to harvest first? Do we choose to do the 2 canola fields? That might be an idea. Do I have the Straw Me mod installed? Yes, I do. So we could do canola straw. As well as straw. Right, I'm actually kind of impressed that the header hasn't fallen off the trailer. I'm impressed. Right, what I'm also thinking of doing this time, I might actually do the harvesting with, I might set up a play course for the harvesting. Depends what options I've got, doesn't it, really? Let's have a look. What else can we do? Isn't there an option? I thought there was an option to not drop straw on headlands. Could do combine self-unload, of course. Okay. Current vehicle position, starting direction wants to be north. That would give us a field that looks like that. No. Because of the headlands, we don't want to start on a corner, do we? We don't want to start on a corner. That is bad. That is always a bad idea. So if we start in here, he starts there now, goes straight, does the corner, comes down, does the corner, comes down, moves over, and then he does the corner, and he's going to do a turn. He's not doing just need to cut a bit of a pocket for myself. So I can actually start at the first waypoint. There we go. Right. Harvester is harvesting. Right, what we're going to do then is get the truck, bring him over, park him between the two fields. Then we'll bring the Lexian over. See, this is where my genius plan comes in now. Bring the Lexian over, have him start working on the other field, and they can both unload into this trailer, can't they? Yeah, I'm going to park this guy. Directly between the two fields. I'm going to get a class harvester now. turn off the GPS. Mr. John Deere, the X9 is rocking. The X9's rocketing along. Right, let's carry on then. Let's try and get a little bit further. So we're going to go start on field on this field here. So, combine mode, self-unload activated. That's fine. Right, course generation, we're doing field 25. 2 passes around, we're going to do turns, we're going to do 12% overlap. Again, we're going to do a little bit less on there. That to me looks good. Okay, that's a bit weird. Now he'll do it. He wouldn't drive into the crop. Okay. Right, let's bring this guy back to the farm. We don't need the baler at the minute. We'll return this. We'll then grab our loading wagon and we'll go out and collect some straw before that all disappears. As you can see, we have lost some straw to rot already, so I do need to get the rest picked up pretty quick. Do need to get the rest collected fairly quickly. It's one of the reasons for doing the other 2 fields with course play, of course, because I'll be able to use course play to drive my loading wagon on those. Lexion is slowing down for traffic. Okay. So yeah, got my little fast track out doing the straw collecting. And I just need to do a little bit of terrain painting. Yeah, the X9 and the Lexion are running their little courses for me, which is nice. I feel now we're running a little bit better. We're a bit more organised now. Got the two harvesters running, doing the canola. I'm getting the straw collected. I feel like today we're actually making progress. We've actually maybe caught up a little bit on what we'd lost because of the weather over the first few days of the harvest period. So if we can make up that lost time, we should be good. We should be good. We should be good. And again, the weeds are now springing up obviously on our harvested fields, but that's not a problem because, like I say, we are going to be ploughing very soon. In fact, I think once I've got the as soon as I've got the straw picked up off these fields, I will get one of the quad tracks out, and I will get them to start doing ploughing for me. Right, I'm going to do something here. No, I'm not. I'm going to wait a second. I was going to record a unload course, a grain transport course that I could use for loading wagons and also for the emptying of the harvesters. But I shall wait until I'm full. Wait until I am full. Which will probably be on this row, actually. Perfect. Right, here's what I'm going to do then. I'm going to record a self-unloading course. So I want a right, I'm going to record the course. Right, we are going. So that is going to be field 14. This will be field 14 and 15. Unload. Yeah, 14 and 15 So we'll name that field 14 stroke 15 trailer unload. And that will save that for us. So we'll be able to always call that up in future. It's not very useful now, because obviously I don't have a course to combine that with for with actually collecting the straw. But next time we harvest, and the next time we do straw, we've got a course set up. I should probably do a similar course for the other fields as well. Before I have to harvest them. So yes, lovely, lovely harvesting. We'll check on the harvesters in a minute, make sure they're all still running. What is his problem? Why has he stopped? Is it because he didn't actually unload? Did he get full? I'm not entirely sure what he's doing. I'm not sure what he's doing. Well, we'll just leave him to figure it out, shall we? Shall we leave him to try and figure it out? I would have thought he'd have... I think it's because of that stupid angly business on the pipe. He wasn't able to actually unload in the trailer when he drove next to it. Which is a bit of a concern. If you can't self-unload, we've got a problem. Because I need him to self-unload. Nearly 5 p.m. It'll soon be getting dark, folks. We need to get this completed before nightfall, if we can. we need to then check, obviously, how everything is doing. I think the Lexion is working fine. One thing I did decide to do, and I don't know whether I mentioned this earlier in the save, is after this harvest this year, field 25 and 26 down here, I am going to remove that bit in the middle. I'm going to join that into one field, I've decided. And I'm thinking of doing the same with 27 and 28. Joining that into one big field. Just because I think it'll be easier to manage as one field rather than two separate fields. When running any tasks on the field, I can just run it once. Either the AI helper or course play or whatever, if I use any of those, they only have to do the one job. Right, we can test this now, can't we? He should now go and unload all by himself. I don't have to touch the controller. He should go and empty, and then he should drive back to the field automatically for me, which obviously makes my life a lot easier. Like I say, in future the whole thing will be automated. He'll be able to collect the straw and go and empty, and then come back, pick up more straw, go and empty, pick up more straw, go and empty, without me having to be involved. I just didn't. I obviously, because I harvested manually, I haven't got a course created for the straw collection. Uses his beacons as well, look. This guy knows his onions. This guy knows his onions, he does. This guy knows his onions. Hydrate. Right, and then he stops there. So yeah, that works perfectly. Like I say, in the future, when I've actually got a straw collection course set up, he'll be able to run backwards and forwards collecting all the straw, and yeah, won't need me. I'll be redundant. I'll be redundant to that point. I'd like to know what's happening with Mr. X9. He's been a bit quiet just recently. He has. Shall we go pay him a visit? See what he's actually doing. Oh, he's working on up and downs now. He is. I think Mr. Lexion's going to have a bit of an issue in a minute with the truck. So we'll move the truck. I got a feeling he would be turning and reversing into it. But at least Mr. X9 is travelling up and down. He's doing his best. I don't need the course play window open anymore, so we will close that. So obviously we've got the pig farm down here on the right, where we don't have pigs at the moment. But pigs will come. Pigs will come. Year 3. Year 3 is when I will add pigs and probably cows. Like I say, year 2, I'm thinking of starting with chickens and sheep. The chickens are a little bit different because they're down at the house back in the town or in the village. So the chickens are located down at the village. Hello, Mr. Helgi. Good afternoon to you, sir. You join me as I'm on Slovak currently. But still working through me harvesting. I'm currently doing a bit of straw collecting after doing 2 fields. I've got me 2 harvesters now harvesting canola at the minute for me. So they're okay. There was a little bit of a teething problem with the X9, but we've corrected that. He did get a little bit stuck at one point because he wasn't quite sure what he was meant to be doing. It turns out he hadn't put his pipe in the right position when he was supposed to unload, so he got full, and then he was like, what do I do? I want to harvest, but I'm full. So once I had changed the angle on the end of his pipe, so his tank actually emptied, he's been fine since. He's been okay. I've just repositioned the truck so that the Lexion, the class harvester, doesn't crash into it when he's turning round. But yeah, I tell you what thing I haven't checked. Shall we have a look at how much soil compaction is being done? Oh my lord, look at all that soil compaction, everybody. Okay, the X9 doesn't do quite as much because he's doing wider rows. I've got a lot of ploughing. I have got a lot of ploughing to do. After the harvest window is over, I'm going to have to do a lot of ploughing. I'm hoping this tractor and loading wagon don't cause a lot of soil compaction. I'm hoping these don't cause me any problems. X9 is slowing down for traffic, so that means he's attempting to unload. Let's go and have a look at him. Let's see if he actually does it this time. Yes! All because that nozzle on the end of the pipe was... The nozzle on the end of the pipe was sticking straight out. It wasn't pointing down. So when the harvester drove to unload, when the helper drove to unload, it didn't empty. And then he just kind of sat there. He just literally sat there going, what do I do? It won't empty. See, the class doesn't have that problem because the class pipe isn't adjustable. The class pipe is fixed angle. So the helper can't mess that up. But since when do they automatically empty? Well, they automatically empty when you use courseplay, Mr. Helgi. If you use courseplay, they actually self-unload. The harvester will drive to the trailer, empty itself, and go back to where it stopped and carry on. So, courseplay, smarter than your Giant's helper. Courseplay, much smarter than your Giant's helper. Is that a new courseplay for you? It's been in courseplay for quite a while. It's been in courseplay for quite a while. I mean, certainly since the start of this year, it's been an option. Because they added that option whilst they were still working on the whilst they were reprogramming and rewriting the code for the trailer unloading of harvesters. Because that took a lot longer to do. So they gave us a feature where the combines would go and empty themselves as a bit of a workaround until they got the mode 2 reprogrammed for the trailers driving to the harvester when the harvester needed unloading. The trailers would now drive to the harvester. The trailers empty the harvester, and then obviously the trailers will go off and either sell the stuff or they'll put it in a silo. So every time the harvester gets full, he will call for the truck, and then the truck drives to the harvester. But I still like self-unload. I still prefer to use the mode where the harvester goes and empties, because there's less chance of the truck and the harvester hitting each other and getting in each other's way and having accidents. Because the truck in self-unload, the truck doesn't move. The truck is fixed in place. You just park it somewhere and it never moves. So the combine always knows where it is then. The combine always knows where it is. so it doesn't crash into it. So yeah, it'd be nice to end today with 4 fields harvested. If I can finish today before I have to go and sleep, it would be nice to have 4 fields harvested. It would. Buildings should wither after some years. Yeah, maybe if there was some way to change the textures on the building so that over time the buildings start to look older. Yeah, I think that would be a nice little visual thing. You'd have to also then include an option to be able to repaint and repair the buildings as well. Why am I full so quickly? I could have swore I just emptied. Did I not empty fully? Was my trailer empty when I came back to the field? Is my silo full? Maybe I've got too much straw. Maybe my silo is full. If that's the case, then I might end up having to leave the rest of the straw and just plough it. Just plough it back in to the field because I don't have anywhere else to put it. And unless I bale it, if I bale it, I can sell it, but I can't sell it loose. Because Seasons doesn't let you sell loose straw and hay and grass and such things. Well, my silo doesn't appear to be full. I'm allowed to empty. Maybe the trailer's just really small. I think it's only a 35,000 litre trailer, so maybe it does get full quick. I'm obviously used to the one we use on the server, which has like 53,000 litre capacity, which is a bit bigger. The class one that we use on the multiplayer server is much bigger than this. Much bigger. Can't remember quite why I bought this. I can't remember why I bought this. Maybe I forgot about the whole you can't sell loose stuff with Seasons. Because I ended up buying a baler anyway. Maybe my plan was to pick up all my hay and stuff and do it loose so that when I come to feed the animals, it's easier to feed the animals with loose stuff and it doesn't rot. Whereas the bales will rot over time. So my hay bales that I've made, they will slowly rot. And eventually I will lose them if I don't feed them to animals. Whereas stuff that's in your silo doesn't rot. So any hay, grass, straw, silage that I put into the silo doesn't rot. That's probably why I have the loading wagon. Because of course I can't put bales in the silo. I think those were the little strange things with the map, little differences with the map compared to some maps I've played on. Obviously, like on Stevie's maps, all of Stevie's maps, his silo has like a bale trigger and a pallet trigger, so you can put everything into it. But some maps only have tip triggers. They don't let you put bales, they don't let you put pallets of product into the silos. So maybe that's why I got the loading wagon. It's been a long time since I started this save. I did start this save a long time ago, and then I had a long break away from it. I had a long period where I didn't play because I was really annoyed that as soon as I got to the harvest time of the year, it started to rain on the map. I'd had no rain at all until then. All through the spring, all through the summer, no rain. As soon as I get to harvest, as soon as I started driving into the first field, it started to rain. And that just, I just rage quit at that point. I think I rage quit. I was like, no. So I'm happy that we've not seen any rain today. I'm pleased that it's been nice and sunny and dry, and the weather's been nice. We've been able to get harvesting. Like I say, now we've got 2 harvesters. That's going to help me catch up a little bit. The X9 is obviously going to be the boy. For a lot of these big fields, the X9 is going to be the daddy. Also, one of the things I'm thinking of doing, and again, let me know in the chat what your thoughts are on this. When I come to plough all these fields, and obviously after the first harvest, when I come to replough all these fields and redo them, one of the things I'm thinking of doing is maybe, rather than having the square corners on all the edges of the field, I'm thinking of maybe putting rounded corners, radiused corners, because I think it would be easier in future then when we do subsequent field work if the helpers doing the headlands can actually follow a turn, can just do a smooth corner. Rather than having to do a 90-degree turn. They can just keep driving forward. They can just go around the corner. Whereas at the minute, they drive, they stop, they then have to reverse, and then they have to drive. It's a little bit more awkward to do these 90 degrees. So we might end up rounding off these corners a bit, I think. On the big fields, maybe not on these small ones. On these small ones, we might keep these square because they're not terribly difficult to do. But I think on the bigger fields, making them have rounded edges would be better. The X9's emptying again. The X9 is emptying again, so good on the X9. Not easy to make. Well, there are ways to make nice rounded corners. There are ways. The courseplay drivers will happily make rounded corners for me. If I give them a plough with create fields enabled, the courseplay guy can happily make round corners for me. And the way you do it is you program him. You choose which field you're going to do. So say if I was doing field 26, I would program him to plough field 26, and I'd probably have him do the headlands, do a couple of headlands with nice radius turns on the corners. Once he's programmed, I would then get the paint tool out, and I would paint grass all the way around the edge of the field. So effectively I make the field smaller, and then I start the helper, and he will go round and create a new field edge for me with round corners. That's how you do it. But I am going to join field 25 and 26 together. I'm going to get rid of this stupid little strip in the middle. Because it's stupid. I might as well just have one big field there. And it's the same with 27 and 28. I'm going to remove the strip in the middle of these two fields as well. I'm just going to have this as one big field then in year 2. So effectively I'm going to lose 2 fields, but I'm going to have 2 much bigger fields to replace them. Oh, it's 20 past 7. I don't think I'm going to get this done before nightfall. We certainly ain't going to finish the harvesting before nightfall, are we? I wonder if that trailer's getting full yet. Because with both harvesters unloading into it, I bet that trailer's getting quite full. And I've only got the one big trailer, so I can't bring another one over and park there because I don't have one. I could bring the auger wagon over, of course. Jeez, I'm gonna have to put my lights on. I tell you what, between sort of 7:15 and 8 o'clock on this map, it does get dark very quick. When the light starts to go, it goes rapid. It does go rapid. So it's not going to be long before I'm heading to the house to do my sleep and fast forward to 6 AM and start a new day. Yeah, I'm so happy that the harvesters are unloading themselves. That's so much. It saves me having to do grain cart duty. Whoops. You know, sometimes I still get a little bit caught out by the way the steering on the fast track works with the multiple wheels. The Lexion is either unloading or the trailer's full and he can't unload. I may have to check on the harvester in a moment. I think the trailer could very well be full. And if that's the case, then I will have to empty the trailer. Otherwise the harvesters are just going to sit there and go, what do I do? What do I do? Yeah, the fact that the lexicon hasn't moved, or the Lexion hasn't moved, would indicate to me that maybe he's just having a little bit of a problem finding an empty trailer. So yeah, I'm full. Right, canola is emptying. Need to get this trailer back to the field. See, the X9's got full and now he's gone. I can't find a trailer. The X9 can't find the trailer because I've robbed it. Maybe for year 2 I need to buy another trailer and I need to have 2 trailers. Right, the Lexion has continued. The X9, less so. Okay, are you going to go and empty yourself? Please say you will. Please say that all I need to do is hit drive now, and he will carry on. He's driving towards the truck, which is a positive sign. He's now turning. He's piping out. And he's unloading. Cha-ching. There we go. Crisis averted, everybody. He will carry on now. As will I at trying to get all the straw picked up. Yeah, this loading wagon's a little bit small for straw. Maybe I should have bailed instead. Perhaps. Could have put a bale shed down, I suppose, somewhere, or a bale storage, and then I could have gone and put all the bales into that, which might have protected them a little bit. Thing is though, after this harvest, I'm probably never going to need straw again. I'm probably going to have enough straw after this harvest that I won't actually ever need to do straw collecting again. Why is the X9 still saying it needs to be unloaded? Maybe that will go away in a minute. Maybe that goes away in a minute. Once he starts harvesting again, I'm hoping. Let me just stop there. I've got a feeling this guy's not doing what he should be doing. I think he's gone back to the beginning of the course. I do. I think he's decided to go and start at the beginning rather than carrying on where he should have done. It's because he got full. That's what it is. Because normally he would never stop and complain about needing unloading. He would just obviously carry on. But because I let him get full and he had no trailer to empty into, I think he's just reset. He's just reset back to the beginning. And he's going to start again, which I don't want him to do. Otherwise he's going to spend ages driving around doing nothing, apart from causing soil compaction. So, just manually moving back to where he should be. Of course, I've got all the canola straw to collect as well. Got canola straw to pick up too. That's going to be a little bit easier. I will do a course for that. Although I am thinking I'm going to have to bale it if I want to sell it, aren't I? Because seasons won't let me sell it loose, so I might have to do bales. And Mr. X9. So, I'm wondering if tomorrow, when we've got daylight, I should maybe have one of the quad tracks out here ploughing these fields. What do you want?
No problem.
What do you want?
Talk to me like that.
What do you want?
When's Chinky happen?
Should be R4, I think.
Right.
No. What's the what?
Yeah. Rubbish. What rubbish? Is it sorted?
Well, it's all mixture and mash. It should all be recyclable, shouldn't it? I don't think there's no food or anything in there, food waste.
All recyclable, is it?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Look at it on.
Tin cans, cardboard boxes, plastic pots.
Yeah, but none of them's been washed, have they?
No, but I licked them all out. That's good enough. Isn't it? The rice pudding pots. Oh, I've got full again, look. Might need a bigger loading wagon for season 2. This one's a bit small. Mr. Helgi will be sat there going, get the big one with the arms, get the one with the arms. It'll be a lot faster. Be more fish in the sea. I don't know if I've got the one with the arms installed or not. I know I've got the balers with the arms. I've got the balers with the arms because they tend to be quite useful. Yeah, I've got one of those, haven't I? I could have had one of those. And of course, I could have had that. That would have been much better. Even if I didn't have it with the arms, that would have been much better. Maybe we do an upgrade next year and upgrade the loading wagon. It's a possibility, of course. Depends how much money we won't make. Obviously, I don't think we're going to be selling a lot this year, because I don't know when the prices are any good. I think I might, after this next load, when I get full, that might be it for straw collecting, because I'm going to guess I'm getting pretty full of straw now in the silo. 356,000 litres currently, and I've still got 2 fields of wheat and oats to harvest. So if I do want more straw, I can pick them up off of those later. I can pick the straw off those later. I might leave these last couple of rows and just say, job done. The rest of the straw will get ploughed in when I've ploughed the field. Because obviously it's night time and I really want to sleep. I want to be able to sleep. I then want to take a little bit of a... I want to do a save, I want to exit, and then I probably will jump on the multiplayer server for a bit then. Instead. We've done another day here on Slovak. Be then time for me to go and do some multiplayer, I think. See how Fellsbrunn is doing. See how Mr. Helgi has been spending his day. See what work he's done today. He will join me on the server, which means he's not been on today. that's his way of saying I've not done anything today. I was hoping he was going to tell me he's done all 11 of those fertilising contracts that were available. He's got all them done, so there's a whole new load of contracts available today when I jump on. Right, Mr. X9's about to get full. So he will go and empty in a second. Watch him. Watch how clever he is, look. Watch him. Let's just take a moment to appreciate how good... Just imagine if giants could get their helpers to work like this. You know? You enjoyed a nice day in the woods. Oh. So yeah, it sounds like the family want to have a Chinese for dinner tonight. My father didn't put it in quite the same politically correct term that I did there. He used a slightly more offensive term, but yeah. Sounds like we're having Chinese for tea tonight. I best check that the Chinese is open. Is it? Is it going to be open? It is going to be open. Okay. Yes. What did we have last time? Oh, that reminds me. I'm going to leave a little review. We'll go back quite a way to find my last Chinese order, apparently. We had spare ribs, special fried rice, mushroom fried rice, chicken balls, spring rolls, crispy wontons, and I had chicken chow mein, chicken fried rice, and I had chips. We had 2 bags of chips. I didn't have roast chicken Chinese style. Strangely, normally I have roast chicken Chinese style, but I didn't order it last time for some reason. Okay, everybody, the class Lexion has finished harvesting. So let's just save this course as field 25, 7-meter harvest, which I probably won't do again. Because I can use that course with either the baler or the loading wagon next time. I'll probably actually bring the baler down, actually, thinking about it. I'll probably end up baling the canola straw because I want to sell it. I want to sell the canola straw. He's managed to drive around the poles okay. He didn't have any issues with the poles. Courseplay did that very nicely. So yeah, this guy's harvested this field very well. Class. I expect as we go past the other field, the X9 hasn't done quite as good a job. I've got a sneaky suspicion he's missed some bits, especially in the corners. He has, look. He missed bits. I can't tell if he missed bits over here or not because I know what I'm going to do. Going to make his life easier. I'm going to move the truck. However, we are at 80% full on the truck. So I will need to empty that again. Tell you what though, Mr. Helgi, you said you enjoyed a nice walk in the woods. How's the weather for your walk in the woods? Because it's been very overcast and cloudy today here in the UK, where I am in the UK. We haven't had any rain, but it looks like it could have rained at any point. And it looks like we could have had rain. But yeah, bit weird. Not very sunny, not sunny at all today. It's still warm though. It's still 28 degrees, despite the fact I haven't seen the sun all day. Let's refuel the harvester as I've got less. I'm under half a tank. $900. $900 for the fuel. Drive into my garage. Look at this. Repair the header. Repair the combine. Ladies and gentlemen, this harvester is now ready for tomorrow. When we shall, well, I don't know, I might not bother using him tomorrow, actually, thinking about it. I might elect to let the X9 handle the harvesting by himself. How's he doing? I'll tell you what, this guy is down to half a tank of fuel and he's done less fields. He's only done this one field. The Lexion, the class, did 14, 15 and 25 and only used half a tank. The X9 has only done one field and he's used half a tank. The X9 is not as fuel efficient. Looks like he's got one and a bit rows to do. And he's missed a bit there. Must be where he got full, you know, I think, on the headland. But yes, we are now back. Once this field is finished, like I say, once we're finished, unloaded, I'm going to switch over to the server and do some multiplayer for a bit. So, apart from the obvious soil compaction issues that we've had, how did we do yield? How did we do on yield? Well, pretty good. Well, yeah, 90% for the canola on 25 with a little bit of 125%, and then some 100%. We've got 100%, 125%, we've got 80%, and we've got 85% yield. So all in all, I think we've come out of it okay. I'm a bit concerned about some of these fields though with the silty clay. They're not going to yield very much. They're not going to yield nicely at all. He can't quite make it to the end of the field. Look at him. He's got to go and empty. Which is a problem for him, because he will fill the truck. He will fill the truck, and then he's not going to be able to empty at the end of the field once he's finished, because he is programmed to go and empty at when he reaches the end of the field, regardless of how much he's got in him. He will always go and empty once he reaches the end point. Okay, he's happy. I think I lit the afterburners though a little bit. That's a lot of canola we've harvested. Wow. We're gonna break 300,000 litres of canola. Might even be close to 400,000 litres of canola. He should now come and empty. Right, we'll save that as... What field is that? Field 26. Need to go get the header trailer now, of course. Not as worn out as the class harvester, so it's managed to do the harvest okay in that regard. So we'll park the header trailer there. Obviously go and refuel this guy. Ready for the next day of harvesting. That's okay. He's going to be fueled up ready for tomorrow. So we've got 4 fields harvested. We've got 1 more we can harvest tomorrow, which is 28. So yeah, we're probably going to get the plough out and do 14 and 15. We will get the straw baled on 26 and 25, and then we'll get the bales sold. Is anything going to be? Is anything else going to be ready for harvest anytime soon? No. So we might do the mowing as well then. Looking at that, we might end up mowing the grass on field 24. Which should be fun. Get some more silage. Let's have a look. How long have I been live at the minute? I've done 3 hours on this map. 3 hours, so yeah. now would be a good time to have a little change up, little switch up, jump on to jump onto the old multiplayer server. Let's travel over to the house though. There it is. It's 11:30 in the evening, so I want to sleep. 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, 5:30, 6:30, 7 hours. I want to sleep for 7 hours. Wake up at 6 AM. There we go. Another morning. Fresh day on the farm. We'll be ready to pick that up in the next Slovak stream. Right then. Let me switch over now to multiplayer with Mr. Helgi. So let me update the what have I done there? I've done something wrong. Let me update the stream title and everything. X9 is beautiful. Bullying language Portuguese. Apparently. Might need to revisit the might have to revisit my auto mod settings, you know. I think auto mod is being a little bit too sensitive. Yeah, let me update those settings. That might help, because auto mod seems to be triggered by vehicle names. Like Andrew there posted about the X9 a couple of times, and it looks like the auto mod caught that and felt it was naughty words. Right, let's have a look then. So Mr. Helgi is not currently on the server. He's snow running apparently. So again, for all the people out there that would like to come and join us on the multiplayer, that's the server name that you need to look for. Just having a quick check on a couple of things in the background. Mr. Hogan's going to join in some mites. He's going to join in some mites, he is. There was something else I was going to check then. No, sorry. Sorry, just need to do something. Just need to grab. I'm just having to deal with a YouTube issue at the minute on one of my videos that went live yesterday. That apparently someone's put a copyright claim on for audio. So I'm just having to file a dispute on that.
all people who wonder, he's probably have water-cooled keys on his keyboard.
Water-cooled key.
I've been wondering. Oh my god, I'm loud. Hear myself on the stream. You're typing quite fast.
I am, because I want to get this done. I want to get this sent. Submit. There you go. Sorry, whoever you are, Mr.
Some people want to type fast but can't. Oh, a sunny day on the phone.
I don't know who
But it's 7 o'clock. I forward time.
Let me just find out who that is. Is that a streamer? Or is that a YouTuber?
I'm not tired. It's not 7 o'clock.
Some dodgy record company, I think. It's trying to wrongfully lay claim that my video contains their music when it doesn't. Anyway, we'll get that cleared up. I hate that. That's just one of them annoying things.
This is so annoying, the bureaucracy with all this stuff.
It is.
Copyright claims. It just takes a lot of fun away from doing streams, you know.
The worst bit.
You should get more support from YouTube on
exactly. The worst bit about it is the person who makes the claim never has to provide any evidence up front. They can just say, I own that music, and instantly your video is copyright claimed. You, the person who has made the video, then has to do all the jumping through the hoops, all the running around to get that.
That's not fair.
To get that lifted, and that is not fair.
It's not the rule says you are not guilty unless it's proven.
Yeah, you're innocent until
so somebody has
guilty.
to prove it.
Yeah, and that's how it should be in the copyright world as well. They need to prove exactly 100% that they own the audio. And in this case, they don't, because the audio that they are claiming for is not in the video. It's not the music that I was playing in the video.
So you played something else, huh?
Yeah, I was using my copyright-free track list. I was using my copyright-free music that I've been playing recently in a lot of my videos. So, and I know exactly the name of every single song on that track list. I know the artist, the person who made every track on that playlist, and it ain't what is being claimed. So, somebody's being a scumbag. I mean, and to be fair, they're not going to make any. I mean, to be honest, they're not going to make anything out of it anyway. Because I'm not a big enough YouTuber with a big enough amount of viewers that I generate enough income on my videos anyway that they're going to make any money off of it. And secondly, the video they claimed was one of my Football Manager videos, which are the videos that get the least views anyway.
Yeah.
You know, there's only about 4 or 5 people that ever watch my Football Manager videos, so they're definitely not going to make any money. It's just whether they decide. The big problem is if they decide in a couple of weeks' time or a couple of months' time to be arseholes and go and actually strike the channel. Because if they actually give you a copyright strike, that's a lot worse than a copyright claim.
But they still haven't don't have to have any proof.
Nope, still don't have to have any proof.
Okay, field 18. What did we do? Sim paint. What is it? Field. What did I say? Field 18. Field 18. Canola, soybean, wheat, barley, I think I plant oat. It hasn't been planted yet.
Planting oat. Right.
Is that okay for you?
Yeah, it's fine for me. I might run off and do some...
You could start harvesting if you want. There's, I think the corn is now ready.
There's a harvesting contract on field 7 for corn.
Not bad.
I might go and do that.
Then then we could do it with 2 harvesters even. But I want to seed first. Yeah. And we could use the harvester also for our fields.
No. Because contract we can't use contract equipment on our fields.
But you could use our equipment also, together with the contract equipment.
We could. Yeah, what the hell? Keeps me busy for a bit. Keeps me out of trouble,
Except
as they
the
say.
field 7 is not very big.
Yeah, field 7's not a big field, so... Gives field 20 a chance to grow, doesn't it, I suppose?
It's already done, isn't it? Already ready for harvest.
Is it?
Yeah. Because I slept through the night.
Oh, I thought it was still growing. Oh well.
Yeah, it is growing. It's growing towards withering. Yeah, I finished watching Jeremy Clarkson's farm.
Good.
I could go to London. Yes, do that. Yes, do that. Caleb, asshole. He's paying you. Come on. He's employing you. How much did we make? £144.
Yeah, big profit.
Yeah.
Big profit for the year after he's done
At least he didn't have a loss. Yeah,
yeah, he did make profit.
I was expecting a big loss.
He did make a profit, yeah.
And then why didn't he call his wife that the water bottles can't be sold anymore? He had to use his race car to drive there through the fields. Of course he had to.
Oh yeah, because by the time he's driven there is a chance that somebody might have bought the bottles, and then at the end of the day, it's just unlucky that I didn't get there in time, you know.
But if somebody bought the bottles before.
Yeah, if somebody had bought the bottles, it would have just been, oh, unlucky, I just got there too late.
They wouldn't die, but
he's made his billions. He will have made his money. Yeah, unfortunately, just didn't quite get to the shop in time before the last customer bought the last bottle. Oh well. Whereas if he'd like you say, if he'd telephoned his girlfriend, she would have took them off the shelf straight away, and then he'd be stuck with all these bottles that he can't sell. So yeah, makes sense to do it that way.
On the other hand, he drank it. He drank the first bottle.
Here comes trouble. Here comes trouble. Yeah, Chinese is open today. You want ordering what we had last time from them? Without all the extra bits and bobs and all the stuff, just the very basic meal that we did last time, which was the spare ribs, special fried rice, egg fried rice, chicken balls, spring rolls, crispy wontons, chicken noodles, chicken rice, and 2 chips.
Wouldn't you want to have more than 2 chips? Or is it 2 portions?
What time would you like it for? Okay. Pay by card or cash? Pay with cash? Did you say pay with cash? £51.80 then. €51.80.
For one? For one meal, or is it for the whole family?
For the whole family.
That's okay. Get a free bottle of wine? Or Coke?
I'm trying. What night did I have Indian? I'm trying to remember what night I had Indian takeaway, which was one meal just for me, and that was like €22.
Yeah, you had that one. I remember.
And that was with discount.
It was because you had these, what they called, the airmail mangoes. They fly them over from India direct.
No, I didn't have any mangoes. Don't have any of that stuff. Don't have any vegetable or salady stuff. I don't. Not from the Indian.
But I can tell you, I was in India and I had mangoes, fresh. I have never eaten any as good a mango as in India. Unbelievable. The taste, the freshness, you won't get it in Europe with that quality. Unless you fly them over.
I mean, the restaurant did send me a little pot of mango chutney, which I suppose, I guess I was supposed to have with my poppadoms, but I don't tend to have that with my poppadoms. I tend to prefer the mint dip, the mint like dip. So I just chuck the mango pot in the bin. Take it straight out of the bag, straight into the bin.
They have these mint and spice mint.
Pickled lime, yeah, pickled lime. Yeah, I like that. I like the pickled lime. I like the mint, the cool minty dip, but they give you like a chopped salad type dip like thing where it's all like chopped salad stuff, and then they give you a pot of mango chutney. Those two I just put in the bin. I don't entertain those. Yuck. But I did leave them a review this afternoon, because when I did have my takeaway the other night, I ordered 2 chicken vindaloos, and as I was eating them, there was no chicken in either. There was no chicken in either of the chicken vindaloos. Instead they just put loads of potato pieces, big lumps of potato.
It was vegetarian, so it was a vegetarian option.
Yeah, so I've left them a poor review, and hopefully next time they will correct that for me. Maybe they'll give me some extras. I mean, normally the Indian's really good that I order from. Excellent service from them. But for whatever reason, the other night.
Yeah. You had a bad day or a new employee?
Either that, or they'd run out of chicken and they hadn't done their shopping. They hadn't stocked up. There was more chicken.
We must call call.
There was definitely.
Should give him the closest option.
Yeah. There was more chicken in my chicken rice than there was in 2 chicken vindaloos. One portion of chicken rice had more chicken in it than 2 portions of chicken vindaloo.
I'll have chicken vindaloo without chicken.
Then that's just
Yeah.
aloo.
A vindaloo.
No, that's just aloo.
Aloo.
Yeah, potato curry.
Just the wrapping. I think just the wrapping. Potato curry.
Yeah, potato curry would just be aloo, because aloo is the Indian word for potato.
Okay.
That's what the aloo is in a vindaloo. It's the vind is obviously meat, and then obviously you pick whichever meat you want. So it's a meat and potato curry. It's basically vindaloo translates to meat and potato curry, with the vind being meat and the aloo being potato.
Interesting.
I learnt that.
Okay, what learned?
I learnt that when I was in an Indian restaurant back in my my golf days, when we were sponsored by Gorka, and we used to go to this Indian restaurant probably 4 or 5 times a week. The owners of the restaurant were telling us, because I was the first one to order vindaloos and eat vindaloos, and I was one night when the owner came over and was talking to us while we were having the meal, and obviously he asked me how my meal was. I said, oh, it's really nice. I says, it's just a shame that there's so much potato in it. I would prefer it just to be meat. And he says, well, that's because you've ordered the vindaloo. He says, if you want just meat, he says, you need to order a far. And I was like, okay. So the next time we went in, I ordered the chicken far. And that's just all pieces of meat. There's no potatoes in that, nothing. No vegetables at all. It's just all meat in a very spicy curry. Hotter than vindaloo. But unfortunately, the restaurant that I order from at the minute doesn't do fowls. So yes, corn contract on field sowing underway. I've done me headlands lot. I think I'm just going to use my patented spiral technique for the rest of the field.
We should have given you a little bigger header, I guess.
Well, they've given me the one that fits the ones that's designed for this harvester, the class header that's meant for this harvester. They wouldn't have given me one of the nice Capello ones. Nah, not for the contract. They wouldn't have given me a 9 metre one or a 12 metre one. That would be too easy. That would be far too easy.
So are you happy with your graphic settings?
Oh yes. Yes.
Does it look better?
Now I've tweaked them back up. The stream might not look great today because I have turned the quality down on the stream a little bit. I need to probably turn that back up because I did turn it down yesterday when I had my issues with my internet company. When they dropped my upload rate to 0. At first, when I lost connection, I thought, oh, maybe it's OBS and I need to maybe turn it down a bit, but it was nothing to do with OBS, it was the internet company that was messing me about. And again, I wrote them a strongly worded message last night and sent it to them. Just saying I wasn't happy.
Looks like you missed the strip.
There's another
Oh, it's
harvester
just
over
a
there.
contract. It's just a contract.
There's a harvester on the field. Where's that come from?
Yeah, do you think you make such wide harvest gaps? No, probably not. You would be here forever, ever.
I'm guessing someone turned round this corner, but didn't do it in a right angle.
No, I was producing a round edge for the helper.
I keep getting these notifications about the 100. I don't know what that is.
The what?
The 100. What is the 100? My phone and my tablet keep flashing up these messages about the 100, and I don't know what that is. It means nothing to me. So why is it telling me about it? Something I don't know.
Subscribers?
No, it's not subscribers. It's nothing to do with my streaming or anything. It's something else. There's something happening in the world somewhere called the 100, and for some reason, my phone and my iPad keep giving me news updates on the event. It's like right now, my phone and my iPad also keep wanting to alert me every few minutes to everything that's happening in the Olympics, and I don't care about the Olympics. I wish the phone and the iPad and the phone would shut up about the bloody Olympics. I don't care.
Do they have even audience in the stadiums?
No. No,
So it's
because
the
of
most boring Olympics ever. Huh?
because of the COVID situation in Tokyo. Yeah, they've had to cancel spectators because obviously it's
Most unnecessary Olympics ever.
It's heavily on the increase over there, as it is on the increase everywhere else in the world at the minute. Where
It's increasing here, but not heavily. But okay.
Where they've tried.
But even in Israel, they get high numbers.
Where they're trying to lift the restrictions.
They've all been vaccinated. What happened?
Different strain. Must obviously be a different strain that the injection doesn't cover you for, and that's the problem with the injections and the vaccinations. They don't cover you for the new strains, and that's why the virus keeps mutating and you're not covered for it.
Yeah. In Peru they have Lambda now. It should be P for Peru. The Peru virus.
Well, we don't like Peru anyway, do we? Because We don't like the way they treat their bears in Peru.
Yeah, right. Poor Paddington.
Poor Paddington, exactly. The way
And they eat the guinea pigs.
the way they take the poor bear away from his family, they put him in a scruffy old jacket and a scruffy old coat, they give him a scruffy old suitcase and they send him on his way with his marmalade sandwiches. Disgraceful behaviour. A bear is for life, folks. A bear is for life. Also, something that's just occurred to me. Was it a bad idea to do this corn contract just before we harvest our own corn?
Why?
Well, because if we deliver this corn and then the prices go down, we're kind of shooting. We're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot. Because when we come to when we harvest our field, we're going to get less money.
Yeah, let's check the price now. What is the price?
You'll get less money, and it'd be like,
Corn.
duh, we should have waited. We should have done our field first, and then we should have done the contract.
Well, the prices start dropping already. It's 839 and dropping. That's corn, I guess. Huh?
Right, I'm at 78% full. I'll need to unload at the end of this row. The little class that could. Trailer's filling up nice.
How long do they take to deliver the food? Half an hour?
I don't know, because we normally ask for it to be delivered at a certain time. So we've asked for it to be delivered at 6 o'clock. So they normally arrive about then. But I've never actually tried placing an order and just saying deliver it as quickly as you can and seeing how long it takes them.
So the order was completely online, right?
Yeah.
You didn't have to talk to somebody.
No.
Interesting.
No, we have this fantastic thingy here in the UK. We have this fantastic thing called Just Eat. It's a company that basically isn't like an online ordering system for all different restaurants can sign up to them, and then this company handles all the online ordering. So literally, I've got like in my town at the minute there are 30 restaurants in my town that are on here that you can order from. And there's all different sorts. There's pizzas, Italian, fish and chip companies, Indians, Chinese.
Yeah, they probably have something in Germany in bigger cities, but not here where I live.
I use them. I use it. I use it a lot.
It's only one pizza run by Pakistanis who deliver. All other restaurants, you have to go there and pick it up. If they give you some online, some order on the phone.
Some of these restaurants are collection only, so you can place your order online, but then you have to go and collect it yourself. They don't deliver, but most of them do delivery. And as I say, the Indian that delivers to me, they're 16 miles away. So they deliver the longest. They have the largest delivery range.
If you order for £59, I mean, probably that can be delivered for 16 miles. That's okay.
Well, no, the Indian isn't that expensive. Like I say, I only spent 20.
Okay, that was Chinese.
Yeah, the Chinese is expensive.
For £20, they deliver that for 16 miles. Unbelievable.
The Chinese, yeah. Do you know what?
They say, let's mess up his food. Let's just do something that he didn't order. Maybe he doesn't order again.
Yeah, but
that's what they want.
They
don't want you to order again. It's too far away.
The Chinese is expensive, especially seeing as it's only at the bottom of the road. You could walk to it. You could actually, if I stuck my head far enough out the window, I can actually see it.
Is he charging extra because of the delivery? No.
There's £1.50 delivery. Yeah, he charges £1.50 for delivery.
It's not much.
This guy, with his great big header.
Looks like father and son.
I think I'm just going to let him finish the field now. With his big, massive header.
The sun is shining in my room. Can't see anything.
Close the blinds.
I wait for the next cloud.
Wait for the next cloud to block out the sun.
When the cloud comes, I can store in it. Cloud storage.
I suppose that's the one good thing today here in the UK. With it being cloudy, everybody's like, yay, I can back up now. I can do all my backing up. The last 2 weeks when it's just been really sunny, they haven't been able to do any cloud, have they? They ain't been able to use the cloud the last 2 weeks because there ain't been none in the sky.
Similar word in Germany for cloud means stealing. Where is my data? It's in the cloud. Who stole it?
Right, I'm full. You're not empty.
What? Yeah, I'm not empty. 77%.
We might keep that then. That might be our bonus. So hopefully once I've delivered this, we can keep that corn and we'll be able to add it to our own corn harvest.
Make sure you drive in the right place, yeah?
Port Southwest, I believe it was, wasn't it? This contract? Oh, it's this horrible JCB with its wonky wheels.
Southeast.
Oh, now there's a car in the way, making life hard for me. Bit twisty turny. Yeah. I don't like the wheels on this JCB, they all move. They're all turning when I'm turning. I don't like that. Switch it to front wheel only. That makes more sense to me.
Before I start harvesting, I want to make sure that you have, well, anyway, if we have to deliver some more. Can start harvesting.
Port Southeast.
If I had sunflowers in my harvester, would it start harvesting corn?
No. No, you would have to empty first. That's how they get you.
Port Southeast is good because it's the most expensive place, right?
I could have took that little road there then. It does lead out here. Okay. Remember that for next time.
Your way back, you can bring some fuel for the harvester. Take the thunder.
Harvester shouldn't need fuel.
Hmm?
Harvester shouldn't need fuel. It was full up the other day.
Well, it's just to top it up. It's about 3/4 full only.
Got plenty then. Got plenty. Plus we don't have Thunder installed. We don't have Thunder mod.
Then any fuel tanker mod would do.
Just
Just
drive to the fuel station. It's only down the road just to pass the shop. It's not millions of miles away. That's the great thing about our farm's location. It's right near the shop. It's right near the fuel point. when we need to refill anything, we haven't got to drive loads of distance. So when we need like seed and fertilizer and stuff, we haven't got to drive miles around the map to get it.
Yeah, but fuel is a little bit further down the map.
Just down to the roundabout. Just before you get to the, just as you go past the roundabout. Or you can go to the fuel station just before you get to the Port Northwest. As you go down the hill before you get to the the roundabout there, there's a fuel point. There's also one next to field 14. A fuel refill point.
Yes.
So there's
So the biogas is one. There's 3 fuel stations.
Yeah. One on the northwest, one on the southeast, and one on the east. I think that contract is complete. It is.
Mm.
Mr. Helmy's doing his rapid harvesting. Look. He's decided to go up and down. Quickly take the seeder to the store and I'm going to refill it with those pallets that are sat there. See if it gets them out of the way. Unless, of course, Mr. Helgi's beat me to it. No, he hasn't. They're still here.
What?
Of course, I haven't tested. I haven't had a chance yet today to test the latest version of the film mod that Loki sent me either late last night or early this morning. He sent me version 4 now. He has. After testing version 3 yesterday, he's done another version. So I need to test that at some point. Send him the data. Maybe I'll do that later tonight if I'm not sleepy.
If you have problems driving the cedar, you can ask Caleb to help you. I saw this. Jeremy was driving the trailer for unloading the harvest, And every time he came back to the farm, he was thinking which way to turn the wheel for driving backwards. Every time he did it. Could not remember to do it.
You do, though. That's the thing, because it's just not natural. If you've ever tried to reverse a trailer, it does mess with your mind. It does. It does mess with your mind, because it's the opposite of the opposite of the opposite of what you think it should be.
It's much easier, because Squirrel explained how to do it once, and I remember, and this works. If you look back, yeah, and then you want your trailer to go right, you have to turn your wheel right, so that in the same direction, well, counterclockwise. So that works.
If I want my trailer to go right, I have to turn the wheel to the right.
Yeah. So when you're sitting in front and you look back, from front to back, and then the trailer has to go right, then you turn your wheel right, clockwise. And then your car turns, the steering is to the right, and your car turns to the left and turns the trailer to the right. Oops, what did I do?
Right, okay. Let's think about this.
I dropped my header.
Let's think about this then. I want this trailer to turn to the right.
Yep.
So I want it to go towards those trees over there.
So stick to the right.
So Mr. Helgi says you look backwards and you turn the wheel to the right. So I've turned my wheel to the right.
Yeah.
I'm reversing and my trailer is going to the left.
You do something wrong. No, you turn your wheel to the left. No, yeah, that's right. The trailer goes to the right.
No, the trailer's gone to the left.
No, the front of the trailer, not the trailer itself. Drive backwards. Now you turn to the left. The direction where you want the trailer to go while you drive.
Yeah. Whilst I'm driving, I'm driving this trailer, right? I want this trailer to go to the right. I want it to go towards you.
Farm.
I want it to go towards
you. No, that's left.
No, that's right.
That's left. No.
It's right. It's the driver's right. His right hand. I want it to go towards the driver's right.
In which direction that depends in which direction you look.
Yeah.
When you look from the front to the back, I'm on the left side. No?
No, you're on my right.
No, on the left side. Look at the screen. It's on the left side.
So I have to turn to the left then in the tractor.
Yeah, if you want to go that direction, yes.
Yes.
Then you turn to the left. That's the way where you go. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, but once again, I find what Squirrel says to be a load of rubbish. And that's why I don't watch him anymore, because he thinks he knows everything, but he doesn't.
It's not rubbish, it's logic.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Because normally, in the train, when you look at ATS or ATS, you sit inside, but you look back. Yeah? You look out of your windows and back, or through the mirrors and whatever.
Yeah, so if I want to turn this trailer to the right, I have to steer to the left.
Maybe you find a different method of remembering it, which is more suitable for you. Then
yeah, I know the method I use.
You can do it.
I know the method I use in real life. I paint a big R on my left hand, and I paint a big L on the back of my right hand. So when I'm holding the wheel, I know which way to turn my hands to get the trailer to move in the direction I want it to. That's how I used to do it at the golf club. When I was reversing trailers there, I painted left and right on the back of my hands. So I could just look at my hands as a quick reference.
Where did you paint the left? Was it painted on the right hand or on the left hand? The L was painted on the back of my right hand, and the L was painted on the left hand.
The L was painted on the back of my right hand, and the right hand was painted on the left hand. The right hand was painted on the back of my right hand, and the L was painted on the back of my right hand. The L was painted on the back of my right hand, and the right hand was painted on the back of my right hand. The L was painted on the back of my right hand, and the L was painted on the back of my right hand. The L was painted on the back of my right hand, and the right hand was painted on the back of my right hand. The L was painted on the back of my right hand, and the right hand was painted on the back of my right hand. The L was painted on the back of my right hand, and the right hand was painted on the back of my right hand. The L was painted on the back of my right hand, and the right hand was painted on the back of my right hand. The L was painted on the back of my right hand, and the right hand was painted on the back of my right hand. The L was painted on the back of my right hand, and the right hand was painted on the back of my right hand. The L was painted on the back of my right hand, and the
Okay, then
and the
remember, if I want to turn left, I have to look at my right hand. Why do you have to paint something on it if you have a brain?
Because it's just easy reference.
And meaning right has to go down to the steering wheel, or
right
has
hand
to...
down, yeah. Right hand down to turn
Okay.
left.
Okay.
Left hand down to turn right. Yeah, that's how I remembered it. That's how I would do it.
That's fine.
The problem comes when they give you one of those awful swivelly axle trailers, because those things just
Then
have
it's
a mind.
just the opposite. Huh?
Those things just have a mind of their own. In that case, I just drive in a loop. I drive out of one drawer. I drive out of one door of the shed, and I come in from the other side.
Never drive backwards.
Never drive backwards. Yeah, always go forward. A bit like those guys doing that.
That's why I lift my hat for those truckers who have a trailer and pull a swivelly axle trailer. That's
those drivers that have tandems or triples.
And when you learn to drive a truck, you have to learn that. You are learning that. It's very, very difficult not to do too much steering. You try to steer in that direction, then you have to turn exactly in the opposite direction in order to don't overdo it.
I'll tell you one thing that truck drivers in my part of the world haven't learnt and haven't mastered. In my part of the world, they haven't learnt how not to drive on steel bollards.
On what?
They haven't learnt to avoid steel bollards.
Whatever that is, I don't know.
They are basically these great big steel balls on a little metal base that are put on the curb on corners of the road. The idea being...
In order to prevent cutting the corner, no?
Yeah, the idea behind it is it prevents the lorry drivers from cutting the corner, driving across the pavement and potentially, hitting pedestrians and stuff.
Damage the pavement or hitting pedestrians.
Yeah. The penalty, of course, for the truck drivers that now drive onto the bollards is that these bollards absolutely wreck their tyres, wreck their wheel rims. Destroys their wheels completely. And several times a week over the last couple of weeks, truck drivers have been doing this regularly in my town. There's one roundabout in my town where on the outside of the roundabout they've got all these bollards on the pavement, and the truck drivers keep running over them. And it's like...
It's too small.
It's like... You're professional drivers. You're supposed to be professional drivers. Why are you driving on the pavement? Why are you mounting the pavement?
That's not possible because the professional drivers are too expensive.
The problem is...
You don't have to switch gears anymore. It's all automatic and everything is done for you. Navigation.
The problem is they don't read the instructions. They don't read the road signs, because the road signs clearly state that any trucks should be on they should move on to the white line. They should be in the middle of the road as they go round. They should straddle the lanes. They should be in the middle of the two lanes. Okay. And they should take the centre of the road when they make their turn, because of obviously how the truck and how the trailer turns. But they don't. They stay in the left lane. They stay in the one lane, and they don't give themselves enough room. And they end up then driving over the pavement. It's exactly the same when they actually hit the railway bridges, when the lorries hit the bridges and get stuck under the bridges. Again, it's because they've not driven in the centre of the road. They've driven to the edge, and they've hit the arch. They've hit the arch bit. Yeah, they haven't driven under the highest part of the bridge. So easy.
My son had a similar experience when driving in a double-decker bus on a vacation with the school. and the bus drove underneath the bridge and hit the bridge. Can you believe that?
Oh, I can believe it. I was on.
It's very difficult, very dangerous
When I
for those who sit on top in the front, you know.
When I was at primary school, we had the school bus, and the road outside the school was a one-way road. So it was only like, you know, there was 2 lanes, but you could only go in one direction towards the centre of town. And about halfway up, halfway further up the road, when they built a new supermarket, when a new supermarket came to town and took over one of the old ones, the new supermarket put this like porch thing outside the shop front, which obviously had the name of the supermarket's name on and everything, and all the like things. But the thing was, the porch stuck out into the road.
Oh.
It did. And the double-decker bus, the school bus, hit it. Literally straight through the window on the second floor.
If there is a bus driver who forgets that he has a double-decker bus and thinks that he can go underneath the bridge, that's the problem. Oh man.
So of course, after that, all the school buses had to be notified and told that when they headed up the road, they had to make sure they were in the second lane. Otherwise, they would hit the supermarket.
Of the shop?
They would hit the front of the shop.
I mean, the supermarket is not allowed to put a sign like that.
No, but yeah, you try to get the supermarket to spend all the money to change its shop front again. Yeah. They're like, no, we're not doing it.
You had no permission to do it.
Of course, it's like the road that ran through. It's like one of the really old, like, inner town roads. You know, it was put in when the town was like very small and first developing. The town's kind of expanded around it, so they can't make the road any wider. They can't widen the roads because they've literally built right on the edge of the road. There's no like pavements for people to walk on. You know, the people who live in the houses on that road, they literally step out their front door straight into the traffic.
Wow. I mean, we have old towns in Germany that don't have any pedestrian walkways, because the houses were just built and said, okay, it's wide enough for a horse cart.
Exactly, that's exactly what it was. It was designed for horse and cart. They never, the town planners back in them days never even knew of cars and traffic.
2 lanes.
And lanes and footpaths and yeah, and a lot of our town, the inner town, the roads in the middle of the town are awful because they're just not designed for traffic. They're not.
When your food arrives, I have a 2-hour break at least.
My trailer's about to
because we are now farming on this map for an hour.
Yeah.
About. Yeah, I come back later.
Corn is best price. 775 Port Southeast, but the price is going down.
Why don't you put it in the silo and wait for a better price?
Yeah, I think that's a good...
Because right now the prices are dropping, but also rising. And maybe in trade station mill it will go over 800. And sell it when it's over 800.
Probably have 2 trailers.
I thought corn is much more expensive.
Yeah, I always thought corn was pretty expensive. But
what is the second? No, What is the third fruit? Is
You've got wheat, barley, oat, canola, sunflowers,
oat
soybeans,
is
corn.
more than 1,000. This is very high.
And then you've got your potatoes, sugar beets, cotton, sugar cane, eggs,
Can you
wool,
believe it?
milk.
Oat is more than 1,000.
Yeah, oat is surprisingly quite high value. That's the bit that I must admit, I don't know whether Giants changed that in a patch at all, because I always thought corn was worth way more than like oat and barley and wheat and stuff.
Yeah.
But corn isn't all that good value these days. Corn is actually not one, and especially as after you have planted corn, you always have to plough the field. Once you've done corn, you
it will work. Yeah,
it's more. It creates more work for
absolutely.
you. It's like, corn's not the big.
And the corn header is smaller.
Yeah, corn's not the big money maker you think it is. Unless you're chaffing it and making a whole load of silage out of it, then maybe corn is good. But food is on its way. Yay! Thank you, restaurant.
You usually tip the driver?
No, I don't tip the driver, no. Because they charge me for delivery anyway. That's their tip, as far as I'm concerned. And plus they charge you an extra 50 pence anyway because you've ordered online. That's another like sneaky little stealth tax. Oh, you've ordered online, so that's going to be an extra 50p as well.
They have less to do with the online order. You don't have to answer the phone. They can work when you do that. But okay. Did you get any news regarding the Steam Deck?
No.
It's out on.
No, not heard any more.
When will that be out?
End of the year, December, I think they said. They plan to start shipping them in December. So I'll probably get an email in December telling me mine is ready to complete payment for, and then they'll dispatch it. So I should get it for after FS22. FS22 will come out first, and then I'll get my Steam Deck, and then I'll be able to play FS22 on my Steam Deck. Won't that be fun?
And you don't have to order it again.
Yeah.
I think it's a clever move by Steam.
It is. Take the graphics card out of the Steam Deck and stick it in my PC. Win-win.
But you can use you can connect your Steam Deck to a bigger monitor. But the graphics is limited, or is it only limited due to the size of the inbuilt monitor?
I think it's 1280 by 800 is the resolution of the Steam Deck. So
Independent on the monitor you connect to?
Yeah, so if you export the Steam Deck to a monitor, the monitor would have to do some upscaling to make it 1920, 1080, or make it 4K. The monitor would have to upscale the image from the Steam Deck, because the Steam Deck is
information you get is only a smaller resolution.
Yeah.
So the graphics card will not be the fantastic one.
This is going to be timed perfectly, because my dinner is now ready. So one more row, we're finished. We can take a break, and I can have some food. Mr. Helgi can do whatever Mr. Helgi's going to do. Come back later, I've got 2 fields to subsoil.
Yeah, we need to plow or subsoil.
Yeah, gotta plough, subsoil.
I left there's some piece missing over there. There was a little bit missing, hold on.
You missed a bit.
Oh, 6 liters of corn.
Do you know what I find? Do you know what I find funny sometimes? When you've missed that little bit, and you didn't think you missed it because there's nothing actually visible on the field, so it looks like you've harvested the whole field. But the map says no, you've missed a bit. So you drive all the way back there to get it, to find it, but you accidentally drive over it and cause crop destruction. So you've gone to all that trouble, and then you end up driving over it because you're too busy looking at the map screen. You're not paying attention to where you're actually driving. And you end up running over it and causing crop destruction, and then you think, well, why did I bother? Why didn't I just leave it and just carry on?
Yeah, it's just the OCD in me, I think.
OCD?
But I can't leave it.
Yes! Oh, yes, I know! Shush!
What?
Food! No, we're not. Right. I'm gonna go and sort out the food because apparently they're crying that there's stuff missing. Oh, they reckon it's short. Right. So I'm gonna take a break, everybody. I'll see you all later. Cheerios.
See you later.
Cheerios.